Hello everyone, welcome to Dragon Age the Veilguard. I've, full disclosure, I've played a little bit of this, not a whole lot, but a little bit. I've never played any other Dragon Age game. I do own them. I've intended to play them at some point. I've just never gotten around to it. And I have seen some gameplay of this game, and it looks beautiful and it looks fun, and the little bit I played was fun to play. And as far as I'm aware, you don't really need to know the entire history of the Dragon Age games to enjoy this. I think some of it will be some of it, or a lot of it, will be kind of explained throughout the game. So you don't really need to have played any of the previous games. I mean, it does probably help to understand a bit more what's going on, but again, it's not totally necessary. And then there's always, billion of Dragon Age summary videos on YouTube to check out at some point, which I would recommend if you don't want to play the games yourself or aren't able to play them yourself. Anyway, let's jump into it here.
I knew him as Solus. Smart, thoughtful, loved to hear himself talk. But long ago, he had a different name. The Dreadwolf. Ancient elven god of lies, or heroic rebel against tyranny, depending on which story you believe. In his desperate fight against the corrupt elven gods, Solus imprisoned them, creating a veil that split our world from the raw magic of the Fade. He had won. But the veil cost the elves everything. Their magic, their freedom, even their immortality. Now, Solus wants to tear down that veil and undo the damage he caused, even if that means our world has to burn. Somebody's gotta stop him. And that's where you come in.
Right, and like I said, because I've played a little bit of this, I already made a character on another save, so I'm just gonna. And I spend a lot of time on her, and I like her, and I want to keep using her, so I'm gonna import her. There she is. There's our girl. And she is a warrior class, human warrior class. And she is an Antivan Crow. Warriors command the flow of the battlefield. Some lay waste with sword and shield, while others use a two-handed weapon to send enemies flying. You can see some specializations for the warrior class. And then her faction is, she's an part of the Antivan Crows. So Rook is an Antivan Crow. Yeah, that's the character we're playing. Their name is, well, their nickname, so to speak, is Rook. They have an actual first name depending on which faction you choose and stuff, but they are all called Rook. But you are always called Rook, no matter what you pick. Rook is an Antivan crow, swift knives in the dark. The crows are ruthless assassins, both respected and feared as Antiva's shadowy protectors. And we gain reputation with the Antivan crows more quickly because we are one of them. And deal increased damage versus the Antoms, which is an enemy type. And can hold extra potions. That's nice. So you have aspirational armor. I believe that's the one you start out with. And that's, our casual wear. And that's the armor, the ultimate armor for Antivan Crow. There are others. There's the Morn Watch. They are sort of necromancers. There's Lord of Fortune. Kind of like pirates, a bit. Or treasure seekers, I should say. There's shadow dragons. The veil jumpers. And, of course, the classic Grey Wardens. But I'm gonna play the Antivan Crow. Backstory: Assassin extraordinaire. When the invaders of Treviso took people captive, Rook was determined to free the prisoners at any cost. A talented new crow recently promoted to full membership, Rook chafed at the cautions of her commanders, especially with her city occupied by brutal soldiers known as the Antom. When Rook saw a patrol herding along captives one night, she leaped into action. Despite saving lives, however, Rook had unknowingly compromised a larger crow operation against the Antom. Rook's superiors were incensed. Sidelined for her actions, the young assassin searched for new ways to prove herself. Yeah, so we get, depending on which faction we pick, you get a slightly different backstory. And I'm gonna pick that one because that's just how I roll. Got problems with it? Don't care. Alright, so this is
time to get to work.
Yep, that's what we sound like. And then I can also do the because this kind of ties in with the previous game that came before this one, which is the Inquisition. You can make customizations to that one. Past adventures, the Inquisition. Murderer, Herald, Judge, Savior. These were some of the titles heaped on the Inquisitor as she led a force that challenged nations. 8 years ago, a catastrophic breach in the Fade, realm of magic and dreams, threatened the world. Through circumstance, or some claim fate, a woman rose to lead an organization known as the Inquisition. Traveling many lands, rallying people to her cause, the Inquisitor closed the breach and stopped the villain behind it. She was advised throughout by an elven mage named Solus. The Inquisitor discovered, however, that Solus was in truth an ancient elven god, Ben-Harel, the Dreadwolf. He planned to restore things to their primal state, when the Fade and physical reality were one. Solus said he regretted the deaths this would cause, but claimed there was no other way to fix what was, to his eyes, an irredeemably broken world. After that, the Dreadwolf vanished, but the Inquisitor swore to find him. And then you can customize the Inquisitor. And the Inquisitor is the main character you play as in Inquisition. Yep, that's apparently what I named her. Oh yeah, and I picked Elf because, reasons. Can edit. I don't like her hair. Why does she have that hair? It's not the hair we picked for you. Also, I don't think you look like that. No. No, no. No, that's fine. Yeah, leave that. Can I? I said that. Just undo. There we go. Alright, I guess we're doing. No. Undo. Here we go. No, that one is fine. I think all of them are fine. Yeah. Who cares? I'm not entirely sure why you have that here. Don't remember giving her that one. No. Oh yeah, this game also has hair physics, which is fun. Maybe I did give her that hair. I don't know. That's mine. Is that mine? Is one of them. Yeah, probably did give her that. Oh well. Inquisitor Levelin came from an elven clan in the wilderness. An able hunter, her skills were put to test battling demons and other monsters as head of the Inquisition. Yeah. Her name is Ann-Louise. Yes. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I did not leave her that way. Maybe I did. I don't know. I don't know anymore. I wish there was a way to... Yeah, that's better. Nope, not getting it. There we go. Oh, the complexion is fine. There we go. That's better. Much better. Like her better already. Body shape. No, the body shape is fine. Oh, height. I want her to be quite tall. She's a tall girl. It's fine. Shape is fine. Eyebrows. You like these eyebrows? I don't know. I like those. Yeah, pick that. Gee, that's fine. Chair. Oh, wait. Actually. That color, I believe I actually did something else. Yeah, I totally did. I remember now. That is what I did. This is what I did. No. Yeah, that is exactly what I did. I remember now. That's fine. Mouth is fine. No, that's fine. Oh, yeah, ears. Hide hair for now. Oh, interesting. How about no? Yeah, leave it like that. Yeah, there we go. Like that. That's better. And then here. Which one did I pick? This one, I believe. No, no, no. That. Was it? Wish it saved this as well, but well, I guess I'm not going to be that lucky, huh? And then hairstyle. Right, let's see. I think I picked that one for her. Yeah. No, that's fine. Yeah. Maybe I should, yeah, I should switch them up. Nah, no, I'll do that. Oh, glossiness, here we go. Yep, that works. That works. Just as it is. Wait, maybe. No. Yeah, I'll just do that. Oh, so pretty. Yep, that works. Eyeliner should be that. Then let's go back to eyebrows. See about that color, which I believe was this one. Oh wait, match hair. Nope. Apparently that's not matching hair. Now, yeah, that is matching it. There we go. Pretty. Good eye shape. Oh, the tilt. and tell them. Wrong end. This. Alright, fine. Yeah. Yeah, she's perfect that way. Alright, here we go. No, none of that. I accept changes. She is. Wait, did I change her height? Did we change her height? Yeah, we did. Okay. Just making sure. Cancel. Changes. There we go. Right, so that's... and this is what she sounds like.
I won't let this stand.
Any... oh. Wait, was it something else? I don't want to do that, now do I? You can change human, elf, dwarf, or Kunari, if you want. Right, and then friendships and romance. I actually want to have romance Solas, because you could, and at some point in I think you could do it in the DLC. I'm not entirely sure, but you could do it at some point in the Inquisition game. You can romance Solas if you were an elf, because he's only interested in elf. Which is why my Inquisitor is an elf. Solus, he possessed knowledge beyond any mortal, yet even the Dread Wolf could not foresee what it would mean to fall in love. Though Solus hid his past from the Inquisitor, the more time they spent together, the more precious that time became. Their connection was passionate and undeniable. Solus mourned that his duty to the past forced him to leave her in the end, but the Inquisitor knew what they had might not be so quick to fade. So all of these characters are in the Inquisition game, and depending on their own preferences, I think she has Cassandra is only interested in men, and Dorian is also only interested in men. And Solus is only interested in elves. There. And here we go. So, the fate of the Inquisition. The Inquisition grew too powerful too quickly for the comfort of the world's great kingdoms. They called a council demanding it to be brought to heel. And then you can pick what happened to it after the first game. Or the previous game. The Inquisition was formally disbanded. The Inquisitor made a rare decision to give up power before it was corrupted any further. She saw that the Inquisition had grown so large, it had become easy for others to misuse the many resources at its disposal. The Inquisitor disbanded it all and let her people choose new paths of their own. Or I can give it to the Chantry. The Inquisition's forces were absorbed into the body of the Chantry. It wasn't surprising when the Inquisitor relinquished power to the Chantry. The Inquisition was founded by one of its most faithful knights, and had ties to its newest leader, Divine Victoria. Some members of the Inquisition simply became part of the Chantry hierarchy, while others went their own way. I don't feel like giving it to somebody, so I'm just gonna disband it. I feel like that would be a better option, in my opinion. And then the hidden god. When Solus told the Inquisitor he intended to merge the physical world and the Fade, he admitted this would cause death and destruction. Despite insisting there was no other way, Solus did not relish the cost in lives. Anakin vowed to stop Solus. Solus vanished in order to put his plans into motion. The Inquisitor pledged to stop him. The Inquisitor declared that the danger Solus posed was so great he had to be stopped no matter the cost. Even though her influence had diminished, the Inquisitor still had contacts and old friends who began a hunt for the Dreadwolf. Or, which is the one I'm gonna pick, vowed to save Solus from himself. Solus vanished in order to put his plans into motion. The Inquisitor refused to give up on him. The Inquisitors believed she saw genuine regret in Solus and that he didn't truly want to go through with his plans. She vowed to save her friend from dooming both the world and himself. The Inquisitor's influence had diminished, but she still had contacts who began searching for the Dreadwolf. Alright, so that's the one I'm picking. And there we go. Yes. Oh, it's excuse my nipples. Makeup. Here we go. 1, 2. Little bit. Yeah. Yeah. Yep, that's me. What was with the other hair, though? I mean, I'm gonna have a look. Quick look. Customize. Hair, hairstyle, hair color, hairstyle. What's with this one? Was it shorter? Oh, yeah, it was. Okay. That's why I didn't pick that one. Because that is not accurate to life. Real life. Because in real life, I have very long hair. Right. Alright, so I have to go fix something real quick. Be right back. Okay, so I'm back. I will have to take breaks every 30 or so minutes for a while because I am currently cooking up spare ribs for Christmas dinner tomorrow, or not tomorrow, the day after tomorrow on the 24th, because that's when we in this country celebrate Christmas. So, yeah, so I'm gonna have to take breaks every 30 or so minutes for a couple of. I got 1, 2, 3, 4. So every 2.5 hours? Yeah, for 2.5 hours. For the next 2.5 hours, I'm gonna have to take a break every 30 minutes or so because I have to turn the meat in the oven and put in more meat once that's done. Because I can only do it in my little air fryer at the moment. I don't trust that the oven will work properly. Anyway, finalize.
So, where were we? Oh, right. Him. Our best plan is to stop the Dreadwolf before he can perform his ritual. After following his trail across half the known world, we finally tracked him to Minrathous, capital of the Tevinter Imperium. But to find the Dreadwolf in a city this big, we need a local expert. So, naturally, our story begins where all great stories begin. With the seediest bar in town. And a missing contact.
Let's try this again. Where's Nev Gallus?
You think you can come into my bar and make demands?
Let's talk it out.
It's not a demand. It's an offer. Telling me what I need to know, it's the smart play here.
How'd you figure, sweet talker?
Nev Gallus is my only shot at finding the Dreadwolf. I need to know where she is. We were supposed to meet here, in your bar, but you let Venatori cultists drag her away.
I didn't let them. They paid me.
So answer my questions and walk away with the coin, or spend it cleaning up the place when I'm through. Your choice.
You're adorable. Dumat Plaza. That's where you'll find Nev Gallus.
Thank you.
You want to get yourself killed fighting the Venatori? It's your ass.
That offer's good for all of you, too. No?
Guess
They
not.
won't listen to you. They can always listen to Bianca.
Your friend Nev Gallus is at Dumat Plaza.
I heard. That's why you're my second in command. Although for the record, you might be too charming for your own good.
That's who? Hey, whatever works.
It got us Nev's location. Come on. Harding will be worried.
All right. Break's over.
I hope Nev's as good at finding people as you claim.
She's the best damn detective I've ever met. If she says she's got a lead on Solus, I believe her.
Ooh, so pretty.
The Archon's palace. Something
So
must have gotten
pretty.
them riled up.
Should we be in more of a hurry to get out of here?
We don't want to look conspicuous. Just get out of here nice and casual. Find Nev Gallus and stop Solus.
Alright. Also, yes, this game does have photo mode. Because which great game doesn't? Well, Baldur's Gate 3 doesn't, but they will next year. How do I? Yeah. So pretty. Oof. Ah. Vignette, I hate vignettes. Most of the time. Tend to turn that off when I can. Now we're talking. Take picture. Thank you.
You still think you can talk him down before he starts his big ritual?
That ritual is going to tear down the veil. The only thing separating us from the Fade and an endless number of demons. I have to talk him down.
All right. You coming, Varric? Also, Varric is a reoccurring character in the Dragon Age series, and Harding was in Inquisition, who we will meet in a bit.
Wait! But I didn't do anything!
Get down.
Are they after us? Is it because of the bar?
Word travels fast in Minrathous.
We've got to help her.
We don't have time to get arrested, especially if we... Oh, crap.
Too late.
The ritual started. But if we hurry, we can still stop Solus before it finishes. Let's go! Harding's this way. She'll get us to Dumont Plaza. Then Nev will get us to Solus.
There we go. Now I can run.
Watch out!
Hello.
Summoning demons on purpose?
Ah.
Guess the veil is weakening, and they're slipping through the cracks.
And when the veil comes down completely?
Whoops.
Then the whole world is going to look a lot like this. Come on, this way. It should get us to Harding.
Up. There
You're
she
safe now.
is.
Get inside and bar the door as quick as you can, okay?
Thank you, miss.
Harding, you all right?
I've been doing what I can to help. The ritual must be weakening the Veil. There are a lot of scared people out here.
And a lot of demons. Haven't seen this many come through the Fade in years.
And what about you two? Are you okay?
No. Let's see. Let's see. A little shaky, never better in a hurry. Never better.
Fought some demons, and the Archon's palace took a few shots at us. Nothing we couldn't handle.
Speak for yourself.
We got my gear.
Right over there. Where's Nev Gallus? Wasn't she at the meeting point?
The Venatori got to her first. They grabbed her before we arrived and paid off the bar owner to keep it quiet.
I'm not surprised our detective did something to piss off a cult of murderous blood mages, but their timing stinks. The bar owner said the Venatori took Nev to Dumont Plaza. Can you get us there, Harding?
Not a problem. I saw Dumont Plaza while I was scouting the area, and it was crawling with Venatori. Follow me.
Eyes up. We've got company.
Demon.
Okay. Light attacks with X.
Here they come.
Raise your shield. Okay.
I think that's the last of them.
Good. Let's get to Dumont Plaza and find Nev. You two all right? Patch yourselves up if you need it.
I don't get it. If Solus tears down the Veil, doesn't that destroy everything?
Solus always talked about how beautiful the ancient world was.
That world existed before the Veil, and he wants to bring it back.
Even if his ritual kills us all in the process.
That's how we jump. Alright. How do we... Nope, not that way. Another game where I can be total dick to crockery. Money? Oh, hello.
Remain in your homes. The Imperial forces are containing the demons.
Alright, so I can't go back that way.
The Archon's palace. It floats over the city with a big cannon pointed down at its own people.
Great. So pretty. So pretty. Dangerous. Very dangerous. Missed it. Totally missed it. I love being a dick to crockery. It's just funny. That's just funny. Oop, one more. Alright. Whoop. Oh, she, when she runs, she runs. Oh, hello. Who you be? Oh, poor people. Just keep them there. Can't do anything to those.
You are in violation of Imperial order.
Oh, me? How about you go fuck
I
yourself?
think that's Dumont Plaza.
Let's move.
Oh. Oh.
They're the ones who made trouble at the bar.
Oh, there she is. She's in the bubble. Hello.
Venatory cultists.
Up.
Hold it closed. Reinforcements should be here soon.
I hate these assholes.
Don't we all?
The Venatori put up a barrier to block the way.
Erect a barrier, destroy nearby crystals, bring it down. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. Also, explore, because I like that. Hello. I can jump, right? Yes, I could. Yep. We came from there. What's in here? Alright. People dying. That's fine. That's normal. Okay, so that's a crystal. Can't do nothing with that. That's fine. Oh, good grief and joy.
Avenge our fallen brethren.
Friendly bunch of cultists, aren't they?
Crows have taken out contracts on them.
All citizens must remain indoors until the magical anomaly is fully contained.
Okay. Fire, fire, fire.
Guess we're sliding down.
Are you sure? Whee! Bet you this place is even prettier in daytime. Wait, that's money? Money? Money, very important. Up!
They're allies of Nev Gallus. Kill them all.
Right button, okay. That's how I do it. Oh, it's funny.
The Venatori on these streets.
Oh, of course. Ah, you.
Venatori, take your revenge!
Pretty sure I'm able to lock
Another
on to
barrier,
people,
but it looks
but
like
I
Nev's
guess I
one,
haven't
not
quite
the
learned how to
Venatore's.
do that yet. Anything here? Okay. You know. Oh, I'm on fire. I'm on fire. I'm on fire. Whoops. No, investigate. There's Nav.
Varric, hiding. Not the worst timing.
Nev, it's so good to see you. We thought the Venatori had kidnapped you.
They thought the same thing. A lot of Venatori in the city have reason to hate me. Figured I'd play along. Find out who wanted to settle the score this time. Then the sky started raining demons. So I'm back on the job.
Appreciate it. Rook, this is Nev Gallus, our local expert. She's gonna help us find Solus. Nev, meet Rook. Harding and I found her a while back. Thought we could use an expert on trouble.
Rook, like the chess piece?
One of the strongest pieces on the board, but she tends to think in straight lines.
We haven't got a lot of time. Varric said you had a lead on Solus?
You get right to the point.
Yep, that's me.
I haven't seen Solus in person, but I did find hints of old magic, similar to what you get in elven ruins. I traced it to a building beneath Our Lady of Victory. That's where your man is hiding.
Then let's go. Before this ritual he's doing gets any worse.
Worse, this ritual's already drawing more power than I'd expect from a dozen mages. You told me he was working alone.
I also told you he was an ancient elven god.
An elven god. Well, whatever he is, he's causing trouble in my city. Let's go.
All citizens in the canal district must remain in their homes.
So if we do catch Solus, or the Dread Wolf, or whatever he calls himself, what's the plan?
He wants to bring down the Veil. Hopefully that ritual takes his full attention.
So we catch him while he's doing his ritual, so he can't fight us?
That's the hope. If it comes to a straight-up fight, we're dead.
Hello. Okay.
We can slide down the line to get across.
Huh?
I'm getting too old for this.
We can. All right.
There. That's the building I tracked Solus to.
Looks like the Venatori also found it. And then demons found them.
No. I think I have to go down here and do that. Here we go. Oop. Camera is a bit unruly sometimes, but you know, it is what it is. Okay. Alright, so I can't go there yet. I'm guessing that'll open up at some point. Press RT to use shield.
By order of the Imperium, you must surrender immediately.
Enchantment on the entrance. I can get it.
Okay, you go and do that, and I'll go and check out over here.
We should head back. Solus is probably inside.
Yeah, there's nothing here anyways.
So this is the Dreadwolf's hideout.
One of them, at least. Not sure how long he's been here.
Some of this looks ancient.
Solus has been around longer than Manrathus itself.
Broken chains. Solus is freeing slaves.
Solus hates slavery. One of the few things we actually agreed on.
He said the other elven gods were tyrants who oppressed his people. He was trying to help them.
Well, that's nice of him. At least there's something good about him.
What do you see?
No sign of Solus. Just a big glowing window or mirror or something.
Well, that sounds ominous.
Right. I gotta go and check the meat again. Be right back. Hey, Betty. I am cooking up spare ribs for Christmas dinner. So I'm gonna have to pop off every 30 minutes or so until all the meat is done. Also, welcome, Betty. Yes, I love my character. She's so pretty.
Ancient elves doing something to a dragon, I think?
Yeah. Trying to control it, maybe?
Solus said the other elven gods were evil. If they were binding dragons, he was right about that much at least.
Oh, here we go.
More demons.
How do I... Ah, that's how you do it. Rivers have access to two-handed weapons such as great axes and mauls. Attacks are slower than those. Basic defend is replaced with time defend when using left button while a two-handed weapon is active. Aha! Cool. Okay, want me to go that way, but I want to go this. No, I have to go that way. Okay, I need to.
Locked.
Yeah, exactly.
There must be a way to open it. Let's look around.
That's why I had to go that way.
Air's full of magic. Solus used a lot of power for something.
Solus, the Dreadwolf Fen Harel. He's got a lot of names.
Uh-huh.
I always called him Juggles.
It's funny if you knew how Solus acts in Inquisition. He's very super serious.
Nice work.
Let's see what's on the other side.
Dum. Very interesting designs and architecture. Oh, Betty, look. She has hair physics. It's funny. I love it. Yes,
This the
it's
big
very
glowing
epic.
window you saw
Very
earlier,
accurate to real life as well.
It's called an alluvian. They're elven and very old.
It acts like a doorway from one place to another. Solus uses them to get around quickly.
He must have gone through it.
Also, photo mode. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Fuck all of you. I want to see this. This is the showstopper right here. Let's see. No. Filter. Lens distortion? Right. Yeah, that's fine. Mm-hmm. I love that I'm able to play these types of games on the computer now, and instead of having to play it on consoles. Because I have a decent computer now, which is awesome.
Well, we're not in Minrathous anymore.
I know these trees. This is Arlethan Forest.
And there's your ritual. The power involved. I've never seen anything like it.
The tremors are getting worse.
And we've got demons.
Wait. Smash! Smash! Oh, there we go.
And I thought the demons were bad back in Minrathous.
The Fade's a mess this close to the ritual. No telling what could come through.
Look at that. Whoop, whoop.
Does it feel like those tremors are getting worse?
Keep moving and try not to think about it.
Yep.
We get tremors every time one of those big crystals at the ritual site lights up.
Not many of them left to light. Might want to hurry.
All right. No, it's just a light. Was just a light. Oh, big tree. I like big trees. Don't fall down there. That is a bad idea.
Almost there.
Ability shortcut by holding and pressing the designated object. Oh, okay. Okay. Good. So I can do that. Enemies. Oh, not enough rage, huh? Oh, there he is. Up there. Oh, that's where we're going.
Quite
Hello.
a few of them, aren't there?
Nothing compared to how many we'll get if Solus finishes his ritual.
Pride
We
demon.
have to stop this demon quickly.
Hello.
Watch the lightning!
Ah. Oops.
How did a demon this large get through the veil?
It's a pride demon. Damn thing probably sensed Solus's ego.
Everyone all right?
Good enough. Let's get to Solus.
All right. I'll take it from here.
Okay.
Are you sure?
Positive. You three just keep the demons off me while I talk to him.
Varric, Solus isn't gonna stop just because an old friend asks nicely.
Solus
got a
needs
point.
someone to sell him another option, to help him justify changing his mind.
Yeah, fine. Fine.
We've got your back. If anyone can get through to him, you can.
Thanks, Rook. Whatever else he is, he's my friend. And if he won't listen to me, then he'll hear from Bianca.
More demons!
Take care of the team for me.
Yeah, this isn't gonna end badly at all.
Chuckles. Hope I'm not interrupting.
Hello, Solus.
All right. Let's buy him some time.
I hope Varric is getting through to Solus.
Better talk fast. We can't hold these demons up forever.
The Veil is a wound inflicted upon this world. It must be healed.
By drowning the world in demons?
I have taken precautions to minimize the damage, Varric.
Minimize the... People are dying right now. You need to listen. Please.
So much for
People are always
Bianca.
dying. It is what they do.
Shit. We need a better plan.
Do you want me to take the shot?
Won't work. He's too powerful.
What if we disrupt the ritual?
How?
See those statues? If we break the scaffolding holding that one up, the whole thing will come down on Solus.
It's risky. Interrupting a ritual of this scale will have consequences.
And what about the demons? Varric needs us to hold them off.
Right. You two stay here. I'll bring down the statue.
What? No. Stepping into all that raw magic is suicide.
The storm could tear you apart.
Anyone got a better idea?
Fine, but you'll need backup. I'm with you.
I'm a mage. I'll go.
Either way, someone needs to stay back and deal with the demons.
Yeah, Harding can stay back. Nev, you with me.
Let's go, Nev. Harding, keep the demons busy.
Good luck.
Yep, yep, yep.
This is it!
We need to bring down the scaffolding.
Right, this way.
Why? Why tear down the Veil, knowing all the lives it'll cost?
We shared a journey years ago. Do you believe that I would do this if there was some other better option?
The pillar's weak, but it isn't falling. We need to push it. Right!
Push!
Together! Now!
Push, Nev, push!
You came a long way and made a valiant effort, Varric, but this story does not end with my downfall.
Push!
There she goes.
Varric! 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 No. Nev!
Oh. Oh, judging by the look on Solus's face, that ain't a good thing.
Let's go! This way! This way!
You have no idea what you have done.
Soulless? I know what I did. I stopped you from destroying the world.
I was not destroying the world. When you disrupted my ritual, the magical energies pulled me here, into the Fade.
Okay, so that's why you're here. But why am I here?
Your physical body is unconscious, but you shed a few drops of blood at the ritual site. Enough for a tenuous connection.
Blood magic?
Firstly, I abhor the use of blood magic. Secondly, had I the power to control you, I would already have used it.
Fine, talk.
All right. You brought me here to talk. What are we talking about?
The Evanuris, or as you would call them, the Elven Gods. The creatures that escaped. In ancient times, they ruled the elves, but that was not enough. They sought not just to be obeyed, but to be worshipped. When I rebelled, they drew on the horrific magic of the Blight, corrupting all they saw until I trapped them. Thanks to you, though, I am now trapped, and the blighted Elven Gods walk free.
Why should I believe you?
How am I supposed to trust anything you're saying?
You saw them escape from my prison.
I also saw you bringing down the veil.
I had a plan.
Varric always said you'd have a big explanation for why none of this was your fault. Yeah, he said that's your style. Never quite lies, clever half-truths that let you convince yourself you're doing the right thing. He tried to talk to you anyway, and now he's hurt.
Varric is quite practiced at shading the truth himself.
That's true.
So those things that got out, you said they were gods?
They said they were gods. Blighted, tyrannical, sadistic gods. It took all my power to imprison them millennia ago, but I am certain you will be fine.
Your ritual let the gods loose. You don't get to sit back and look smug.
What else could I possibly do? I do not have my ritual dagger. I do not have the network of mirrors that took me from the lighthouse across the world. I have nothing as the gods threaten this world again, all because you disrupted my ritual.
You mean when I stopped you from covering the world with demons?
You will soon see what I was trying to prevent. Elganan and Gillenane are your problem to solve. This is your responsibility now.
Why? Why tear down the veil? You need to listen. No! No!
You have no idea what you have done. This is your responsibility now.
Well, look who's still with us.
Varric, you're okay. But I saw Solus stab you. You fell.
Trust me, kid. I've had worse. It'd take more than a flesh wound to stop me. Don't think I'll be making it out to the field anytime soon, though.
What exactly happened?
What happened?
I did my best to talk sense into Solus, but of course, he wasn't listening. He never does.
The plan did go a little wrong.
Yeah. Harding got everyone out. By the skin of her teeth, mostly. Before you start worrying, Nev will be fine. She's apparently a lot tougher than both of us put together. Or, at least, she's a lot tougher than me.
Varric, When we stopped the ritual, something else got out. Something even Solus is afraid of.
You've got this, Rook. World's not flooded with demons right now. Because you stopped Solus, not me.
Varric, even so, I need you to...
Rook, you've got this. I've seen your work. Like your impulsive rescue of those captives from the Antam slavers. There's a reason I dragged you into this whole Solus mess. You're clever, adaptable, and you don't know when to quit.
Rook, look who's awake. I've been searching the place for lyrium potions.
Nev will be
Didn't
fine.
mean to intrude.
Not at all. I was just about to have a look around.
Oh, be careful if you go outside, Rook. It is a long way down. The Alluvian led us into something, and it's in the Fade. Because that's what we needed. The dream world.
Then I really need to look around.
Can't hurt. In theory. And we need to talk about our next move. Maybe find Harding? She went outside somewhere. There's a table in the central area here. I'll meet you both there.
Go ahead, Rook. Me, I need to sleep. See you later, kid.
Alright, I need to do a thing. Customer. Body shape. No body shape, body proportions. There we go. Yeah. Oh, that's what's making it. Okay. There, that's better. Much better. Much better. Right.
I wish I could be out there with you, Rook. Just be careful, all right?
Alright. Right, I'll have to go check the kitchen again. Be right back. my need. Sorry. Alright, here we go. Check in with Hardy. Also, check in this place. Because it's pretty cool. Whoa! I didn't notice that the first time I was in here. Floating bookshelves. Or bookcases. That's pretty neat. Codex. Introduction to the Lighthouse. Once the Lighthouse was a place of learning, with tools to study the secret workings of great magic. When Solus rebelled against those who called themselves our gods, the Lighthouse became his center of operations, with tools to study the best ways to free ourselves from the tyranny of the Evanurs. You are safe here, both those of flesh and those of fade. Any who wish to help are welcome. The magic of the Lighthouse will provide for your needs, see to your comfort, and even help you understand different tongues for those who escape here from distant parts of the Empire. I read that wrong. Should you have any other needs, ask for the slow arrow and I will help. Velasson. A letter dated 6 months ago. Idiot. That's one way to start a letter. I hope you're reading this. If the trail really has led you to Tevinter, it'll be harder to get messages through. The Antam in Antiva are prickly about anything to do with our neighboring kingdom. Back home, things have cooled, but they are not forgotten. Killing all those Antam may have felt righteous in the moment. Oh, this is for my character. But the Talons are still complaining that your actions ruined weeks of setting up a larger, more effective strike. I am one of the Talons still complaining. Consider this trip with Varric a contract. Crows don't fail contracts, especially crows from House Deriva, who may need to improve their judgment. But there is more at stake than honor. Whatever this Solus is up to needs to be stopped. I've seen enough of his handiwork to know that. Don't get careless out there. Don't fail. And don't get yourself killed, or I will come after you in the Fade myself. Iago. Okay. So those we read. Oh, there's shit here. Alright, buckle up. Got some reading to do. The Anderfells. The Anderfells are a land of shocking extremes. It is the most desolate place in all the world, for 2 blights have left great expanses of the steppes so completely devoid of life that corpses cannot even decay there. No insect or grub will ever reach them. It is a land filled with wonders like the Murdain, with its gigantic white statue of Our Lady carved into its face, her hands outstretched and bearing an eternal flame. Or Weishaupt Fortress, with its walls of living rock towering over the desolate plains below. The Anders, too, are a people of extremes, the most devout priests and the most deadly soldiers, the poorest nation in the world and the most feared. From In Pursuit of Knowledge, The Travels of a Chantry Scholar by Brother Genitivi. Andraste, Bride of the Maker. There was once a tiny fishing village on the waking sea that was set upon by Tevinter Imperium, which enslaved the villagers to be sold in the markets of Minrathis, leaving behind only the old and the infirm. One of the captives was the child Andraste. She was raised in slavery in a foreign land. She escaped, then made the long and treacherous journey back to her homeland alone. She rose from nothing to be the wife of an Almari warlord. Each day she sang to the gods, asking them to help her people who remained slaves in Tevinter. The false gods of the mountains and the winds did not answer her, but the true god did. The Maker spoke. He showed her all the works of his hands. the Fade, the world, and all the creatures therein. He showed her how men had forgotten him, lavishing devotion upon mute idols and demons, and how he had left them to their fate. Her voice had reached him, and so captivated him that he offered her a place at his side that she might rule all of creation. But Andraste would not forsake her people. She begged the Maker to return, to save his children from the cruelty of the Imperium. Reluctantly, the Maker agreed to give man another chance. Andraste went back to her husband, Mafrath, and told him all that the Maker had revealed to her. Together they rallied the Almari and marched forth against the mage lords of the Imperium, and the Maker was with them. The Maker's sword was creation itself, fire and flood, famine and earthquake. Everywhere they went, Andraste sang to the people of the Maker, and they heard her. The ranks of Andraste's followers grew until they were a vast tide washing over the Imperium. And when Mafrath saw that the people loved Andraste and not him, a worm grew within his heart, gnawing upon it. At last the armies of Andraste and Mafrath stood before the very gates of Minrathous, but Andraste was not with them, for Mafrath had schemed in secret to hand Andraste over to the Tevinter. For this, the Archon would give Mafrath all the lands to the south of the Waking Sea. And so, before all the armies of the Almari and of Tevinter, Andraste was tied to a stake and burned, while her earthly husband turned his armies aside and did nothing, for his heart had been devoured. But as he watched the pyre, the Archon softened. He took pity on Andraste and drew his sword and granted her the mercy of a quick death. The Maker wept for his beloved, cursed Mafrath, cursed mankind for their betrayal, and turned once again from creation, taking only Andraste with him. And Our Lady sits still at his side, where she still urges him to take pity on his children. From the Sermons of Justinia II. Antiva. In the rest of the civilized world, it is common belief that Antiva has no king. I assure you, gentle readers, that this is untrue. The line of kings in Antiva has remained unbroken for 2,500 years. It is simply that nobody pays any attention to them whatsoever. In truth, the nation is ruled by a collection of merchant princes. They are not princes in the literal sense, but heads of banks, trading companies, and vineyards. Their power is conferred strictly by wealth. But Antiva is not primarily renowned for its peculiar form of government, nor for its admittedly unparalleled wines. Antiva is known for the House of Crows. Since Antivans are well known for being good at everything but fighting, it is more than a little ironic that Antiva possesses the most deadly assassins in the world. Their fame is such that Antiva keeps no standing army. No king is willing to order his troops to assault her borders, and no general is mad enough to lead such an invasion. The attack would likely succeed, but its leaders would not see the day. From In Pursuit of Knowledge, The Travels of a Chantry Scholar by Brother Genetivi. Arlethen, Part 1. Before the ages were named or numbered, our people were glorious and eternal and never changing. Like the great oak tree, they were constant in their traditions, strong in their roots and ever reaching for the sky. They felt no need to rush when life was endless. They worshipped their gods for months at a time. Decisions came after decades of debate, and an introduction could last for years. From time to time, our ancestors would drift into centuries-long slumber. But this was not death, for we know they wandered the Fade in dreams. In those ages, our people called all the land Elvenan, which in the old language means place of our people, and at the center of the world stood the great city of Arlethen, a place of knowledge and debate, where the best of the ancient elves would go to trade knowledge greet old friends, and settle disputes that had gone on for millennia. But while our ancestors were caught up in the forever cycle of ages, drifting through life at what we today would consider an intolerable pace, the world outside the lush forests and ancient trees was changing. The humans first arrived from Parvolan to the north, called Shemlen, or quicklings, by the ancients. The humans were pitiful creatures whose lives blinked by in an instant. When they first met the elves, the humans were brash and warlike, quick to anger and quicker to fight, with no patience for the unhurried pace of elven diplomacy. But the humans brought worse things than war with them. Our ancestors proved susceptible to human diseases, and for the first time in history, elves died of natural causes. What's more, those elves who spent time bartering and negotiating with humans found themselves aging, tainted by the humans' brash and impatient lives. Many believed that the ancient gods had judged them unworthy of their long lives and cast them down among the quicklings. Our ancestors came to look upon the humans as parasites, which I understand is similar to the way the humans see our people in the cities. The ancient elves immediately moved to close Elvenon off from the humans, for fear that this quickening effect would crumble the civilization. From the fall of Arlethan, as told by Gisharel, keeper of the Ralaferin clan of the Dalish elves. Arlethan Part 2. You ask what happened to Arlethan. Sadly, we do not know. Even those of us who keep the ancient lore have no record of what truly happened. What we have are accounts of the days before the fall, and a fable of the whims of the gods. The human world was changing even as the elves slept. Clans and tribes gave way to a powerful empire called Tevinter, which, and for what reason we do not know, moved to conquer Elvenon. When they breached the great city of Arlethan, our people, fearful of disease and loss of immortality, chose to flee rather than fight. With magic, demons, and even dragons at their behest, the Tevinter Imperium marched easily through Arlethan, destroying homes and galleries and amphitheaters that had stood for ages. Our people were corralled as slaves, and human contact quickened their veins until every captured elf turned mortal. The elves called to their ancient gods, but there was no answer. As to why the gods didn't answer, our people left only a legend. They say that Fen-Harel, the Dreadwolf and Lord of Tricksters, approached the ancient gods of good and evil and proposed a truce. The gods of good would remove themselves to heaven, and the lords of evil would exile themselves to the abyss, neither group ever again to enter the other's lands. But the gods did not know that Fen-Harel had planned to betray them, and by the time they realized the Dreadwolf's treachery, they were sealed in their respective realms, never again to interact with the mortal world. It is a fable, to be sure, but those elves who travel the beyond claim that Fen-Harel still roams the world of dreams, keeping watch over the gods, lest they escape from their prisons. Whatever the case, Arlethan had fallen to the very humans our people had once considered mere pests. It is said that the Tevinter Magisters used their great destructive power to force the very ground to swallow Arlethan whole, destroying aeons of collected knowledge, culture, and art. The whole of elven lore left only to memory. Beyond the veil, spirits and demons. It is challenging enough for the casual observer to tell the difference between the Fade and the creatures that live within it, let alone between one type of spirit and another. In truth, there is little that distinguishes them, even for the most astute mages. Since spirits are not physical entities and are therefore not restricted to recognizable forms, or even having a form at all, one can never tell for certain what is alive and what is merely part of the scenery. It is therefore advisable for the inexperienced researcher to grade all objects he encounters. Typically, we misuse the term spirit to refer only to the benign, or at least less malevolent, creatures of the Fade, But in truth, all the denizens of the realm beyond the veil are spirits. As the chant of light notes, everything within the Fade is a mimicry of our world, a poor imitation, for the spirits do not remotely understand what they are copying. It is no surprise that much of the Fade appears like a manuscript translated from Tevinter into Orlesian and back again by drunken initiates. In general, spirits are not complex, or rather, they are not complex as we understand such things. Each one seizes upon a single facet of human experience: rage, hunger, compassion, hope, etc. This one idea becomes their identity. We classify as demons those spirits who identify themselves with darker human emotions and ideas. The most common and weakest form of demon one encounters in the Fade is the rage demon. They are much like perpetually boiling kettles, for they exist only to vent hatred, but rarely have an object to hate. Somewhat above these are the hunger demons, who do little but eat or attempt to eat everything they encounter, including other demons. This is rarely successful. Then there are the sloth demons. These are the first intelligent creatures one typically finds in the Fade. They are dangerous only on those rare occasions that they can be induced to get up and do harm. Desire demons are more clever and far more powerful, using all forms of bribery to induce mortals into their realms. Wealth, love, vengeance, whatever lies closest to your heart. The most powerful demons yet encountered are the pride demons, perhaps because they, among all their kind, most resemble men. From Beyond the Veil, Spirits and Demons by Enchanter Myrdromel. This is interesting, I agree. The Crows and Queen Madrigal. The first crow refused to speak, even when we put hot coals to the soles of his feet and peel the skin off his face and hands with a paring knife. He opted instead to chew through his own tongue and choke to death on the blood. The second captive repeated what we already knew. Queen Madrigal went on a hunt and did not appear for the evening's festivities. Her body was later found with 4 steel swords through the chest. I asked what he knew about one of the 4 swords being a replica of Hesarian's Sword of Mercy. He had not heard about that, or at least reclaimed as much. He later died on the rack, smiling slightly. The third crow must have realized he would not leave the dungeon alive. He seemed to hope that by angering Master Fiore, he would earn himself a quick death. The crow tried our patience with pithy comments while Master Fiore was trying to work. At one point, he made a remark about Fiore's mother, which I shall not repeat here. I will admit to feeling admiration for his ability to retain a capacity for coherent speech, and even some wit while under extreme duress. Amid all his useless chatter, this third crow did raise an important point. His guild has a reputation to uphold. They are ruthless, efficient, and discreet. How would they maintain such notoriety if agents routinely reveal the names of employers with something as banal as torture? This gave me pause. I called for a halt to the session. After some thought, I stabbed the man through the heart and set the 4th and 5th crow captives free. If there is a confession to be extracted, it will not be done with pain. I recommend we abandon this course of action. A report by Captain Aristide, tasked with investigating the assassination of Queen Madrigal of Antiva. The Daily Shelves. I took the road north from Valroya toward Navarra with a merchant caravan. A scant 2 days past the Orlesian border, we were beset by bandits. They struck without warning from the cover of the trees, hammering our wagons with arrows, killing most of the caravan guards instantly. The few who survived the arrow storm drew their blades and charged into the trees after our attackers. We heard screams muffled by the forest, and then nothing more of those men. After a long silence, the bandits appeared. Elves covered in tattoos and dressed in hides. They looted all the supplies and valuables they could carry from the merchants and disappeared back into the trees. These, I was informed later, were the Dalish, the wild elves who lurk in the wilderness on the fringes of settled lands, preying upon travelers and isolated farmers. These wild elves have reverted to the worship of their false gods and are rumored to practice their own form of magic, rejecting all human society. The deep roads. There isn't a dwarf alive who remembers the deep roads as they once were. They were the network of tunnels that joined the Thags together. To be honest, it isn't even right to give them such a simple term as tunnels. They are works of art, with centuries of planning demonstrated in the geometry of their walls, with the statues of the paragons that watch over travelers, with the flow of lava that keeps the deep roads lit and warm. The cloud gazers upon the surface talk of the imperial highway built by the magisters of old, a raised walkway that crossed thousands of miles, something that could only have been built by magic. Perhaps it is comparable to the deep roads, although we dwarves didn't need magic. I suppose it doesn't matter anymore. The dark spawn rule the deep roads now. When Orzammar sealed off the entrances to the deep roads, abandoning everything that lay out there, we handed over the kingdom that was to those black bastards forever. To think that there are genlocks crawling over Bonamar now, tearing down our statues and defiling our greatest works. Corruption covers everything we built out there. Every dwarf who goes out and comes back says that it gets worse with each passing year. The foulness spread a little further. And the cloud gazers think the darkspawn are gone just because they aren't spilling out into the surface. One day, when Orzammar is gone for good, they'll find out differently. Those darkspawn won't have anywhere else to go but up. And they'll do it. The surface folk will have themselves a blight that will never end. Transcript of a conversation with a member of the Dwarven mining caste. 890 blessed. The Fade. The study of the Fade is as old as humankind. For so long as men have dreamed, we have walked its twisting paths, sometimes catching a glimpse of the city at its heart. Always as close as our own thoughts, but impossibly separated from our world. The Tevinter Imperium once spent vast fortunes of gold, lyrium, and human slaves in an effort to map the terrain of the Fade, an ultimately futile endeavor. Although portions of it belong to powerful spirits, all of the Fade is in constant flux. The Imperium succeeded in finding the disparate and ever-shifting realms of a dozen demon lords, as well as cataloging a few hundred types of spirits, before they were forced to abandon the project. The relationship of dreamers to the Fade is complex. Even when entering the Fade through the use of lyrium, mortals are not able to control or affect it. The spirits who dwell there, however, can. And as the Chantry teaches us, the great flaw of the spirits is that they have neither imagination nor ambition. They create what they see through their sleeping visitors, building elaborate copies of our cities, people, and events, which, like the reflections in a mirror, ultimately lack context or life of their own. Even the most powerful demons merely plagiarize the worst thoughts and fears of mortals, and build their realms with no other ambition than to taste life. From Tranquility and the Role of the Fade in Human Culture by First Enchanter Josephus. Fen'Harel, the Dreadwolf. There is precious little we know about Fen'Harel, for they say he did not care for our people. Elgar'nan in Mythal created the world as we know it. Andruil taught us the ways of the hunter. Thélèse and June gave us fire and crafting. But Fen'Harel kept to himself and plotted the betrayal of all the gods. And after the destruction of Olithen, when the gods could no longer hear our prayers, it is said that Fen'Harel spent centuries in a far corner of the earth, giggling madly and hugging himself in glee. Yeah, that does not sound like Solus at all. He was probably brooding, because that's who he is. The legend says that before the fall of Orlithen, the gods we know and revere fought an endless war with others of their kind. There is not a Haren among us who remembers these others. Only in dreams do we hear whispered the names of Geldaron and Dernthal and Anaris, for they are the Forgotten Ones, the gods of terror and malice, spite and pestilence. In ancient times, only Fen'Harel could walk without fear among both our gods and the Forgotten Ones, for although he is kin to the gods of the people, the Forgotten Ones knew of his cunning ways and saw him as one of their own. And that is how Fen'Harel tricked them. Our gods saw him as brother, and they trusted him when he said that they must keep to the heavens while he arranged a truce. And the Forgotten Ones trusted him also when he said he would arrange for the defeat of our gods, if only the Forgotten Ones would return to the abyss for a time. They trusted Fen'Harel, and they were all of them betrayed, and Fen'Harel sealed them away so they could never again walk among the people. From the tale of Fen'Harel's triumph, as told by Gisharel, keeper of the Ralaferin clan of the Dalish Elves. Ferelden culture. The Fereldans are a puzzle. As a people, they are one bad day away from reverting to barbarism. They repelled invasions from Tevinter during the height of the Imperium with nothing but dogs and their own obstinate disposition. They are the coarse, willful, dirty, disorganized people who somehow gave rise to our prophet, ushered in an era of enlightenment, and toppled the greatest empire in history. There are few things you can assure safely in dealing with these people. First, they value loyalty above all things, beyond wealth, beyond power, beyond reason. Second, although they have nothing in their entire country which you are likely to think at all remarkable, they are extremely proud of their accomplishments. Third, if you insult their dogs, they are likely to declare war. Understandable. And finally, the surest sign that you have underestimated the Fereldans is that you think you have come to understand them. Empress Celine I of Orlais, in a letter to her newly appointed ambassador to Denerim. The Grey Wardens. The Blight had ravaged the lands for months. The armies of the great kings amassed for one last stand. As the sun burst through the clouds that boiled and churned in the dark sky, it illuminated a vast seething horde of darkspawn with the archdemon at its head. It was then, when courage seemed to fail, and all lost to death and despair, that the Grey Wardens came. They arrived with the beating of wings like mighty war drums and stood before the armies of men. The Grey Wardens, grim and fearless, marched forth, ever between men and the encroaching darkspawn. They formed a shield of their own bodies and held that line until the archdemon was dead and the last darkspawn lay trampled in the dirt. Then, demanding neither reward nor recognition for their sacrifice, the Grey Wardens departed. When the clouds rolled back and the sun shone full upon the blighted ground, the great kings knew that they had lost no men, that none of their blood had been spilled. This is a tale about no battle the Grey Wardens have fought, and yet about them all. They have always defended us from the darkspawn, taking losses so we do not have to. Adaptation of a Grey Warden legend. The tale outlined above is widely told, although subject to regional variations. Free marchers might substitute great kings for titles bestowed in their given city-states. In Ferelden, the implied army of wardens is sometimes replaced with two representative of the national heroes who fought and defeated the archdemon at Denerim during the Fifth Blight. The beating of wings is a reference to the griffins the wardens are said to have ridden into battle. Although griffins went extinct long before the recent blight, they still appear in numerous stories, sometimes serving as a metaphor for the warden's unrestrained courage, but also employed to please an eager audience. From Tales of the Wardens by Sister Manon. Majestic bastards. I remember the second last one. I wouldn't get closer than 60 feet, double the wingspan. That left you time to move. The beast was too weak to do much, still seemed respectful to keep the distance and leave its end to animal and trainer. She starved out. Not the way they should go, and not the way I was used to seeing them. Oh, they were majestic bastards, and they knew it. Ask any warden dumped ours over ears for not picking nits. The trainer and beast had a kinship, and both knew what they wanted. For Griffin, that bond meant grooming. Couldn't fault them. They needed what they needed. I mean, what's fair trade for saddling a warden commander? Full plate, lightning storm, sheer dive straight through an archdemon's wing. Legendary, you can't argue. But back on the ground, they knew they were owed. And you couldn't shortcut and douse them. They had all the majesty of a paddling rat if you waterlogged the feathers. No, it was a grueling task of preening 30 bloody feet of wing. And you'd better remember, or maybe the thing you got pissy next flight and cut an oak too close. Give you a love tap so hard your next helm dented. Still, everything in balance, every talon tipped, there was nothing that compared. You could reach down from the sky and cradle Thetis in your hand. Anyway, yes, I remember the second last one. After she dropped, the robes took some crosscuts, because they do things like that. And then we burned it. And then I got drunk. I don't remember the very last. And you can't make me. Comments of an unnamed Grey Warden excerpted from Weishaupt records on the extinction of a treasured species, liberated for public consideration by Philium, a bard. The Imperial Chantry. Yeah, it is sad. I agree. Griffins are beautiful creatures. There are those who would tell you that the Chantry is the same everywhere as it is here, that the divine in Veilguard reigns supreme in the eyes of the Maker, and that this fact is unquestioned throughout Thedas. Do not believe it. The Maker's second commandment, magic must serve man, not rule over him, never held the same meaning within the ancient Tevinter Imperium as it did elsewhere. The Chantry there interpreted the rule as meaning that mages should never control the minds of other men, and that otherwise their magic should benefit the rulers of men as much as possible. When the clerics of Tevinter altered the Chant of Light to reflect this interpretation of the commandment, the divine in Veilguard ordered the clerics to revert to the original chant. They refused, claiming corruption within Veilguard, and argument that grew until, in 387 Towers, the Chantry in Tevinter elected its own legitimate and uncorrupted divine Valhale, who was not only male, but also happened to be one of the most prominent members of the Tevinter Circle of the Magi. This black divine was reviled outside Tevinter, his existence an offense to the Chantry in Veilguard. After 4 exalted marches to dislodge these rebels, all that the Chantry in Veilguard accomplished was to cement the separation. While most aspects of the Imperial Chantry's teachings are the same, prohibitions against magic have been weakened, and mailed priests have become more prevalent. The Circle of the Magi today rules Tevinter directly, ever since Archon Nomaran was elected in 734 Storm, directly from the ranks of the enchanters, to great applause from the public. He dispensed with the old rules forbidding mages from taking part in politics, and within an age, the true rulers within the various imperial houses, the mages, took their places openly within the government. The Imperial Divine is now always drawn from the ranks of the first enchanters and operates as Divine and Grand Enchanter both. This is utter heresy to any member of the Chantry outside of Tevinter, a return to the days of the Magisters which brought the blights down upon us. But it exists, and even though we have left the Tevinter Imperium to the mercies of the dread Kunari, still they have endured. Further confrontation between the Black Divine and our so-called White Divine is inevitable. From Edicts of the Black Divine by Father David of Quarenus, 811 Blessed. Lyrium. Lyrium is the king of metals. Beneath our feet it sings. When properly refined, it is a smooth, slightly iridescent silvery liquid. In the hands of the dwarven smith caste, it is mixed with steel to produce indestructible armor and blades that hold an edge for centuries. In the hands of the shaperet, it becomes a repository for living memories. And some scholars maintain this as evidence that lyrium is itself alive. It finds its most lucrative its application in the hands of the Formari, who use it in conjunction with baser metals like gold, silverite, viridium, or even iron to produce enchantments. Though mages, of course, consume it in a diluted form to bolster their abilities, this is not recommended. Overindulgence in lyrium can have disastrous consequences, particularly in more concentrated amounts. It is not advisable, for instance, that any reader handle raw lyrium, which in many cases can kill on contact. An excerpt from An Alchemical Primer of Metallurgy, Volume 1 by Lord Cerastes of Marnus-Pell. Magisterium. There is a mistaken impression outside the Tevinter Imperium that a Magister is simply a mage, and the mere act of being a mage is all that is required to be among the ruling class. A misperception aided, no doubt, by some Tevinter mages claiming the title outside their homeland to take advantage of its reputation. In truth, being a Magister requires one hold a seat in the Magisterium, the upper house of the Imperial Senate. This is the body that makes laws and which chooses the new Archon if there is no approved heir. The Senate's lower house, the Publicanium, consists of elected officials, but it has no true power and is considered a bureaucratic body. Magisters, meanwhile, come from the ranks of the Circle of Magi and the Imperial Chantry, but most hold their seats by virtue of an Archon having granted it to their family long ago. It is not technically required for a Magister to be a mage. Indeed, after the transfiguration that saw the old gods abandoned and Andrastianism embraced, most were not. Since the Tower's age, however, non-mages in the Magisterium have slowly been weeded out. A true Magister is thus a figure of real power in Tevinter. All other mages serve at their pleasure, and any mage not of proper lineage has no influence outside of that which personal wealth and talent provide. From the Ancient North by Sister Petrine, Chantry Scholar. The Maker. There was no word for heaven or for earth, for sea or sky. All that existed was silence. Then the voice of the Maker rang out. The first word, and his word became all that might be. Dream and idea, hope and fear, endless possibilities. And from it made his firstborn. And he said to them, In my image I forge you. To you I give dominion over all that exists. By your will may all things be done. Then in the center of heaven he called forth a city with towers of gold, streets with music for cobblestones, and banners which flew without wind. There he dwelled, waiting to see the wonders his children would create. the children of the Maker gathered before his golden throne and sang hymns of praise unending, but their songs were the songs of the cobblestones. They shone with the golden light, reflected from the Maker's throne. They held forth the banners that flew on their own. And the voice of the Maker shook the fade, saying, "In my image I have wrought my firstborn. You have been given dominion over all that exists. By your will all things are done, yet you do nothing. The realm I have given you is formless, ever-changing." And he knew he had wrought amiss. So the Maker turned from his firstborn and took from the fade a measure of its living flesh, and placed it apart from the spirits, and spoke to it, saying, "Here I decree opposition in all things, for earth, sky, for winter, summer, for darkness, light. By my will alone is balance sundered, and the world given new life. And no longer was it formless, ever-changing, but held fast, immutable, with words for heaven and for earth, sea, and sky. At last did the Maker from the living world make men immutable." At last did the Maker from the living world make men. There we go. Immutable as the substance of the earth, with souls made of dream and idea, hope and fear, endless possibilities. Then the Maker said, "To you, my second-born, I grant this gift. In your heart shall burn an unquenchable flame, all-consuming and never satisfied. From the fade I crafted you, and to the fade you shall return, each night in dreams, that you may always remember me." And then the Maker sealed the gates of the golden city, and there he dwelled, waiting to see the wonders his children would create. Threnodies 5:1-8. What if I do? Oh, okay, cool. Navarra. The fourth time I attempted to cross the border into Navarra from Orlais and was turned back by chevaliers, I decided to take the more roundabout path. A ship back to Ferelden and then another to Navarra. The outcome was more than worth the trouble. The whole country is filled with art history. From the statues of heroes that litter the streets in even the meanest villages to the glittering golden college of Magi in Cumberland. Perhaps nowhere is more astonishing than the vast necropolis outside Navarra City. Unlike most other followers of Andraste, the Navarrans do not burn their dead. Instead, they carefully preserve the bodies and seal them in elaborate tombs. Some of the wealthiest Navarrans begin construction of their own tombs while quite young, and these become incredible palaces, complete with gardens, bathhouses, and ballrooms, utterly silent, kept only for the dead. The Orlesian Empire. There are many lords and ladies in Val-Royeux, and I mean this literally. Once the system of noble titles in Orlais was labyrinthine. There were barons and baroness and baronets and sir-barons and a horde of others, each with its own origins and its own nuances of comparison. The Orlesian aristocracy is ancient and much given to competition. All the nobility play the grand game, as it is known, whether they wish to or not. It is a game of reputation and patronage, where moves are made with rumors and scandal is the chief weapon. No gentle game this. More blood has been drawn as a result of the grand game than any war the Orlesians have fought. Of this I am assured by almost every gentleman here. As far as titles went, everything changed with the coming of the Emperor Dracon, who established the Orlesian Empire as it exists now, and who created the Chantry. There is no more venerated figure in Orlais in Val-Royeux. The statue of Dracon stands as tall as the statue of Andraste. Dracon determined that the grand game was tearing Orlais apart, so he abolished all titles besides his own and lord and lady. I am told with some twittering amusement that this action did not end the grand game as Dracon had intended. Now the lords and ladies collected unofficial titles rather than official ones, such as the exalted patron of Tassa's Clay, or uncle to the champion of Trems. It is a headache to remember such titles, and one winces to think of the poor doormen at the balls who must rattle them off as each guest enters the room. The aristocracy is different from Ferelden in other ways as well. The Elysians' right to rule stems directly from the Maker. There exists neither the concept of rule by merit nor the slightest notion of rebellion. If one is not noble, one aspires to be, or at the least aspires to be in the good graces of a noble, and is ever watching for a way to enter the patronage of those better placed in the grand game. And then there are the masks and the cosmetics. I have not seen so much paint since the kennels at High Ever, but that is another story. From Beyond the Frostbacks by Ban Teoric of West Hill, 920 Dragon. The Kunari. The people of the Kun are perhaps the least understood group in Thedas. The Kunari wars were brutal, but so was the Chantry Schism. So was the fall of the Imperium. Some of this misunderstanding is an accident of nature. The race we call Kunari are formidable. Nature has given them fierce horns and strange eyes, and the ignorant look on them and see monsters. Some is an accident of language. Few among the Kun's people speak the common tongue, and fewer speak it well. In a culture that strives for mastery, to have only a passable degree of skill is humiliating indeed, and so they often keep quiet among foreigners out of shame. But much of it is the result of the culture itself. The Kunari view their whole society as a single creature, a living entity whose health and well-being is the responsibility of all. Each individual is only a tiny part of the whole, a drop of blood in its veins, important not for itself, but for what it is to the whole creature. Because of this, the Kunari most outsiders meet belong to the army, which the Kun regards as if it were the physical body, arms, legs, eyes, and ears, the things a creature needs in order to interact with the world. One cannot get to know a person solely by studying his hand or his foot, and so one cannot truly meet the Kunari until one has visited their cities. That is where their mind and soul dwell. In Seheron and Parvolin, one can truly see the Kunari in their entirety. There, the unification of the Kunari into a single being is most evident. Workers, whom the Kun calls the mind, produce everything the Kunari require. The soul, the priesthood, seeks a greater understanding of the self, the world, and exhorts the body and mind to continually strive for perfection. The body serves as the go-between for the mind, the soul, and the world. Everyone and everything has a place, decided by the Kun, in which they work for the good of the whole. It is a life of certainty, of equality, if not individuality. From the writings of the seer of Kontar, 841, blessed. Rivain. Nowhere in my travels, not in the heart of the Imperium, nor the streets of Orsamar, have I felt so much an outsider as in Rivain. The chant of light never truly reached the ears of these people. The years they spent under the thumb of the Kunari left most of the country zealous followers of the Kun. But resistance to the chant goes deeper than the Kunari War. The Rivaini refuse to be parted from their seers, wise women who are in fact hedge mages, communicating with spirits and actually allowing themselves to become possessed. The Chantry prohibition against such magical practices violates millennia of local tradition. sexuality in Thedas. What I find most interesting is that despite the lack of open discussion on matters of human sexuality, there is commonality to be found on the subject in all Andrastian lands. Typically, one's sexual habits are considered natural and separate from matters of procreation, and only among the nobility, where procreation involves issues of inheritance and the union of powerful families, is it considered of vital importance. Yet even there, a noble who has done their duty to the family might be allowed to pursue their own sexual interests without raising eyebrows. The view on indulging lust with a member of the same gender varies from land to land. In Orlais, it is considered a quirk of character and nothing more. In Ferelden, it is a matter of scandal if done indiscreetly, but otherwise nothing noteworthy. In Tevinter, it is considered selfish and deviant behavior among nobles, but actively encouraged with favored slaves. Nowhere is it forbidden, and sex of any kind is only considered worthy of judgment when taken to awful excess or performed in the public eye. Surface dwarves. In Orsamar, dwarven society is divided into rigid castes with houses that compete for power and prestige. But all that is discarded when a dwarf abandons the stone for the surface. Under the open sky, everyone is equal. Or so the story goes. The truth is that thousands of years of tradition are not so easily tossed aside. Even though surface dwarves are officially stripped of their caste, many maintain a hierarchy among themselves along the old caste lines. Formerly noble houses are accorded more respect than casteless brands who come up in search of opportunity. The poorest noble dwarf on the surface looks upon the rich lower caste dwarfs with contempt. Upper-class surface dwarf society is roughly divided into two camps. Kalnas, who insist on maintaining caste and rank, typically those from the noble or merchant caste families, and Ascendants, who believe in leaving Orsamar's traditions underground and embracing life in the sunlit world. Maintaining some tie to Orsamar was seen for generations as the only lifeline for surface dwarfs. Bringing surface goods to their kin underground and lyrium and metals to the surface was not only the most lucrative means of making a living, but also a sort of sacred duty, as many surface dwarfs willingly accepted exile and the loss of their caste to better serve their house or patron. In recent years, many surface dwarfs, particularly Ascendants, have branched out. They started banks, mercenary companies, and overland trade caravans. They became investors and speculators in purely surface trade. These new industries have proven tremendous sources of wealth, are looked down upon by their more conservative kin. For less affluent surface dwarfs, association with a powerful Kalna can open many doors. They can get credit with dwarven merchants and are offered work opportunities by the powerful dwarven merchants guild more readily, sometimes, than more qualified but less connected individuals. From the Dowager's Field Guide to Good Society by Lady Alcyon. Okay, here we go. Tevinter Society. To those outside of the Tevinter Imperium, it is easy to imagine a society filled with mages and elven slaves and little else. In truth, there are 3 different Tevinters, each of them a world completely separated from the others. There are the mages, the land's nobility, completely obsessed with competing for supremacy with each other, almost to the exclusion of paying any heed to the nation's enemies, such as the Kunari. The well-bred Altis sneer at the Leitans, who in turn sneer at the Praetiri. They vie for dominance in the Magisterium, where factions shift and flow on a daily basis with deadly consequences, requiring every family to put on a veneer of perfect citizenship or face scandal and censure. Then Sure, yeah. And then there are the so-called Soparati, the sleepers. These are the non-magical citizens who vastly outnumber the mages, yet are beholden to their whims. Many are resentful of this status, plotting in secret, even as they secretly hope their children will possess magical talent, an enticing lure, since the talent could conceivably show up in anyone, even a slave. It would be easy to forget that Tevinter possesses a massive class of publicans, the civil servants and leaders of the legionnaires. It has an enormous merchant class, enough teeming poor to drown any other nation in Thedas, and the shadowy thieves called presumptor, who are practically treated with respect. And then there are the slaves. One would think they, at least, see each other as equals, but it is not so. The divide between the freed liberati, those who act as personal servants to magisters, those who work on farms and factories, and the servus publicus, who do all the tasks proper citizens will not, it is all but insurmountable, but perhaps in emulation of those who own them. Imperial slaves will connive and scheme to try anyhow. Outsiders might see it as futile, but to Tevinter citizens, their nation's social classes are the most mutable and rewarding of merit in all of Thedas. The Veil. I detest this notion that the veil is some manner of invisible curtain that separates the world of the living from the world of the spirits. Whether it be called the Fade or the Beyond is a matter of racial politics I refuse to indulge in at the moment. There is no this side and that side when it comes to the veil. One cannot think of it as a physical thing or a barrier or even a shimmering wall of holy light. Thank you very much for that image, your perfection. Think of the veil instead as opening one's eyes. Before you opened them, you saw our world as you see it now, static, solid, unchanging. Now that they are open, see our world as the spirits see it, chaotic, ever-changing, a realm where the imagined and the remembered have as much substance as that which is real, more in fact. A spirit sees everything as defined by will and memory, and this is why they are so very lost when they cross the veil. In our world, imagination has no substance. Objects exist independently of how we remember them or what emotions we associate with them. Mages alone possess the power to change the world with their minds, and perhaps this forms the nature of a demon's attraction to them. Who can say? Regardless, the act of passing through the veil is much more about changing one's perceptions than a physical transition. The veil is an idea. It is the act of transition itself, and it is only the fact that both living beings and spirits find the transition difficult that gives the veil any credence as a physical barrier at all. From a dissertation on the Fade as a physical manifestation by Mariano, senior enchanter of the Minrather Circle of Magi, 655 Steel. Vitar. After extensive study of the Kunari specimens you kindly provided, I've come to the conclusion that the painted markings on their face and body are not, in fact, solely for ceremonial purpose, but provide a practical benefit. Oh, I'm certain there is some cultural significance to the patterns and colors they choose, but the Kunari do nothing without purpose, yes? They call these markings Vitar, which in their tongue means poison armor. It's called this because the markings are magical in nature and actually harden their skin to an iron-like quality without hindering flexibility. And my analysis says that the paint consists largely of poison. It's mixed with something else, blood, perhaps their own, and that neutralizes the poison, but only for one with Kunari physiology. Anyone else would perish almost instantly, which reminds me, I'll kindly require another body slave. The process activates the magical qualities of the poison, which provides the protective effects, almost in the same manner that lyrium runes do. How this works and whether it can be used for our purposes will require further study, perhaps some live specimens this time. From a letter written by Namiria Origanus, apprentice to Magister Varas, 932 Dragon. Xenon the Antiquarian. I left the Black Emporium empty-handed for 2 reasons. First, most of the items were priced far beyond what I could afford. Second, I spent most of my short time there trying to sate my curiosity about its proprietor. I found myself stealing glances at the antiquarian from behind piles of books, between shelves, and at one point over a basket of mismatched socks. There he sat, petrified, in the center of the emporium, skin of waxy gray over ancient taut sinew, moaning in a voice so dry and brittle it sounded like the snapping of twigs after a drought. A girl of not more than 12 scurried to and fro to fulfill his numerous requests. Another patron noticed my fascination and told me that the girl, most likely an urchin rescued from the street, was responsible for the needs of the antiquarian, feeding, washing, and the like. So impossibly old is he, and so fragile his skin, he can only tolerate the barest whisper of touches from the smallest and most tender of his servants. Only in this way may he come close to his lost youth, said the man. I was surrounded by objects of legend, yet none fascinated me as did the antiquarian. From a journal page found in Kirkwall's Dark Town, written by an unknown author. The Shadow Dragons. On Tevinter Templars. When one mentions the Templar Order, you no doubt picture the armored members of the Southern Chantry. These Templars are trained to combat uncontrolled magic, blood magic, and abominations with the goal of protecting people, including mages themselves, from the most violent manifestations of magical power. However, they also embody the Southern Chantry's control over mages and enforce many of its strict rules and regulations over magic in general. In addition to combat training, these Templars ingest lyrium. This mineral, usually used by mages for enchantments and rituals, grants Templars the ability to resist and dispel magic. The fact that it is also addictive, chaining them to the Chantry and resulting in paranoia, obsession, and ultimately dementia, is often swept under the rug. Yes, we've heard all about that dirty little secret. As you may have surmised by my use of Southern Chantry, this is not the case in the Tevinter Imperium. In Tevinter, we know that magic can only serve if it is allowed to flourish. We do not suppress talent, we nurture it. That is not to say that we ignore the dangers of magic and what it might allow those with violent intent if not combated. As in the South, our Templars are trained to prevent the excesses of blood magic and to subdue demons as well as those inflicted by possession. But our Templars do not take lyrium. They do not enforce unnecessary regulations. They are not given power over mages, but follow the lead of our most esteemed magisterium. They serve the Chantry and the people of the Imperium. I must admit, I rather prefer our way of doing things. From a letter written by Lethesia Pallas, living in a border town in the Tevinter Imperium, to a cousin in Olay, 915 Dragon. Okay, that was it. Oh, map. Ooh. We have a map. Okay, so she's there. Alright, I'm gonna check my food again. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. And yes, that was a lot of reading. Ah. But it had a lot of interesting things in it. A lot of lore, which is always interesting, fun. And yeah, many tricky words, a lot of tongue twisters in there. Alright. Let's see. Very interesting place. Read. Door plaque. 3 meetings, face to face, under the sky. Alright. He's down here. I already forgot. Oh. Illuvian room. Oh, got a new codec. Yeah. The Dreadwolf's Illuvian. Most of us have only traveled through the Illuvians at the whims of those who call themselves our gods. We know them as mirrors that always go from one to another, a bonded pair linked no matter the distance. Solus has outsmarted the so-called gods. If we used normal Illuvians, they could track us to our lair. Solus has improved upon June's work by creating a mirror whose singing stone can change its tune to take us to any Illuvian, and not just its bonded partner. Thus, we can travel wherever this rebellion needs us, with no fear of pursuit. Travel is as safe as a normal Illuvian. If you have questions, ask for the slow arrow, and I will guide you. Velasin. These cards are very, very, very beautiful. That's Andraste's. Or Andraste. A glossary? Oh, good. There's a glossary, Betty. Venatori, mage, supremacist, cultists from Tevinter who use blood magic. They are officially condemned by their government but influential behind the scenes. The Veil, an invisible mystical barrier that separates the Fade from the mortal world. It prevents spirits and demons from freely traveling to the latter. Undead. Corpses possessed by spirits. Necromancers debate whether a body's true soul returns with the undead. Titans. Mythical stone beings of incredible size and strength. Ancient paintings of the Titans depict them as linked to the earth. Thedas, the name of the known world. The Winter Imperium, the oldest human empire, ruled exclusively by mages, and it practices slavery, which is banned in the rest of Thedas. I can't imagine why. Templars. Chantry knights trained to use lyrium to negate magic. Mage-controlled Tevinter denies its Templars pure lyrium, arming them with less potent lyrium-infused equipment. magical inhabitants of the Fade. Spirits are created by and embody the emotions felt by people in the mortal world. Qunari, a tall people who came from across the sea and now occupy the north. Most follow the Qun, but some leave to join other cultures across Thedas. The Qun, the guiding philosophy law of the Qunari that assigns everyone a stringently defined role. It prizes communal well-being and fears magic and mages. Possession, the result of a spirit or demon bonding with someone's body. A chaotic or dangerous bond can turn the possessed person into an abomination to be hunted down for the safety of others. Magic, a supernatural force that originates in the Fade. People who can naturally manipulate magic are called mages. Mages? People born with the ability to shape magic. Mages must be trained to use their powers and to protect themselves from demon possession. Lyrium, crystallized raw magic used to empower spells. When infected by the blight, lyrium turns red and becomes even more dangerous to come into contact with. The Inquisition, a political and military organization that once saved the world. Its influence has declined, but its leaders are still famous throughout Thedas. And the Inquisition is the game that came before this one. Yeah, I know, right? Humans, the politically and culturally dominant people of Thedas. Their nations control most of the known world. Fade, the realm of magic and dreams separate from the mortal world. Elves, descendants of a great empire, now pushed to the margins by human society. Elves living in traditional wilderness clans are called the Dalish. The Elven Gods, the rulers of the ancient Elven Empire, also referred to as the Evanuris in ancient Elven texts. Dwarves, a short, stocky people who are highly magic resistant, can't be mages, and don't dream. Yeah, that's the lore about dwarves. They can't dream. It's literally impossible for them to dream. Traditionalists live underground. Others make their fortunes on the surface. Demons, malevolent spirits embodying negative emotions. To feed on the emotions that created them, demons sow discord and sometimes even possess people. Darkspawn, monsters that spread the blight and raze the countryside. Although cunning, most do not possess true self-awareness. The Chantry, the dominant faith system in most human nations, centered on the worship of a creator deity named the Maker. The Calling, an eerie, supernatural sound heard by anyone touched by the blight. When a Grey Warden's calling grows overwhelming, they are about to succumb to the blight completely. Instead, they travel underground to battle Darkspawn until they are overcome. Blood magic, the use of blood to fuel powerful spells. Most nations have banned blood magic because it can be used to cloud or even control people's minds. Blight. The blight is a supernatural force of corruption, disease, and death. Darkspawn spread the blight, but it can also bubble up through the earth on its own. A blight is an event where an archdemon awakens and ravages the land alongside massive armies of Darkspawn. Archdemon. An enormous blight-corrupted dragon. Only a few remain. Antam. Former Qunari soldiers who rejected the Qun in favor of conquest. Their splintered groups are led by warlords and demagogues. The ancient Elven Empire, a long-vanished place of unparalleled magical wonders. Its repressive rulers fell to a rebellion led by an elf named Solas. And the rest is just combat stuff and nothing fun. The lore glossary is much more fun. No, you don't want to go down there? Are you sure? Yeah, you got to be careful because they will walk off ledges. That's gonna be tricky. Okay, I don't think there's anything. Moving on. This lighthouse is pretty cool. Whoa. Yeah.
Rook, you're awake. And we're...
In the Fade.
Mm-hmm.
This is where people come when they dream, but dwarves don't dream. And somehow I'm here.
Yeah, it's unreal. Nev thought we should talk about what to do next.
We should. But maybe look around a little. We might be here a while.
Especially if I have to keep reading shit. Then we're gonna be here for quite a while. To open the skills screen and acquire new skills. Oh! Warrior code. Specialization champion. The pinnacle of Great Warden combat prowess. The champion is a born leader who rallies their allies, turns their fervor into flame, and wields a shield as a deadly weapon. Specialization Reaper. Defender of the living and dead, the Mornwatch Reaper leeches life from enemies, throws shields with precision, and turns their own pain into strength. Specialization Slayer. Reckless in battle, the Lords of Fortune Slayer specializes in two-handed weapons, breaking enemy defenses, and quick movements around the battlefield. Okay. That's something I can look into once I've leveled up enough. So this is the warrior code, survival, Grey Warden, weapons, Lord of Fortune, abilities in Mornwatch. Let's see. Yeah, that's nice. I like that. Right triggers and Y on return. That's pretty nice. Gain precision after a successful perfect defense. Yeah, do I have? No. I'm not exactly a perfect defense kind of person. Rage takes 50% longer to begin to decay. That sounds nice. Tumbling blades, BB, then XY. X or Y. Use your speed to unleash a powerful attack. Yep. That was nice. Alright. There we go. Optional talk to Nev. Optional talk to Harding. I will. Faded note. Look at this place. We planned a rebellion here once. Said we'd change the future of the elves, throw off tyrants, and we did. Now the path outside is fractured. It'll be hard rekindling all the Illuvians. Solus, if you see this, I'll be looking for you, out in this world and in the mortal one. Don't cause too much trouble before I get there. Use the capstan arms to rotate the statue in either direction. Read. To enter the library passage, 3 pairings must meet face to face. Right. You face that, and then you...
There must be 2 more.
Uh-huh. Right now, that one is over there. You're already... No, you're not facing it. Yep. Yeah, okay. Okay, I need to turn that one. Conservatory. Oh, somebody in here I can talk to. Alright, I'll do that.
It wasn't supposed to go this way. What do we do now? What do we do?
Harding?
Oh, hey, Rook. How's it going?
Ever seen a place like this?
Did you ever find places like this, chasing Solus with Varric?
You can tell I'm used to...
Exactly. But with Solus, it was always about the Fade, or the Veil, or some other in-between place. Varric always hated it, though. At least this place feels different. Maybe... safer?
Yeah, like I was about to say, you can tell I'm used to playing Baldur's Gate. Because I keep reading out the choices I make, and I don't need to.
Harding, are you doing all right?
I don't know. Are you? Is anyone? Anyway, doesn't matter how I'm doing. What are we gonna do about this mess? We were going to go back through the Illuvian, right? Let's start with that. As soon as we can.
You know you can take some time to just...
Now you sound like Varric. Varric and I started this. And I can't stop. Not now. Don't ask me to. So, come get me when you're ready to go. Alright?
Okie dokie. Must have been really pretty ones. When the plants weren't all dead. Is that a well? Probably a well. Okay. Alright, let's see. Oh, can't go there. Can I? Is that a thing I can do? Probably not. I'll probably die. Yep. Maybe not a good idea to do. No. I'm not doing it. I'm not taking the risk. If I could fly, then that would be a entirely different story. But I'm pretty sure I don't have wings in this, so... It's okay, it's okay, it's okay. Yes, I do actually like having a voiced main character. It can be fun voicing it yourself, but sometimes it's more fun having it voiced for you. It feels a bit more alive then. But I mean, it also depends on the game itself. Some games just work better with a character that's voiced, and some work better with a character you voice yourself. So it would all depend. There we go. Dining hall, huh?
That's the second. One more to go.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to stay clear of the edges as much as possible. Hup, hup, hup. Aha. On divine imperatives, the helm of the Solar is destroyed. Elganon's favorite torture is over. Too many agents have been rescued with their minds burnt out by that memory of an enraged sun. I feel a lesson here. The helm was not created to torment, but the Evanurs are not as we are. A god's ruminations carry their own will and imperatives. Memory bleeds into their icons and transmutes them, as fire begets fire. For our Wolf Lord, who puts so much of himself into his creations, what imperatives do they carry? The heart of a rebellion must remain hidden, yet the light of divinity is uncontainable. We must be swift. A thought lingers, even as he saves us. What does he impart upon us? Reflections by Shiran, one who renounced Daernthal. He should be facing you.
Okay, that did something.
Yep, did something. We'll check out in a little bit. First, I want to talk to Nev. Up. Okay, don't fall. No falling, please. Ah! I fell. Okay. Note to self, don't do that. 'Tis a bad idea. That I can't do that. Okay. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Wisps. Figures are in the fate, but I swear they're following me.
Oh, poor Nev.
You all right? Strange place you've fallen into, but I'll work with it. You know me.
Do I?
I know Varric wanted you for the job. You know the same about me.
I made a call that got you injured right after we met.
I'll be fine. You trusted me for the job, and I delivered. That's what counts. If we're stuck in this, let's hope you can trust me again.
She'll be fine. Oh yeah, you can romance the characters.
Of course I do. We're a team.
Is this how fast you trust anyone? Should I be touched or worried?
You take a lot of notes. What about?
Lately, what we know, or knew, before Solus changed the game.
And it's...
Not much. I'm sure Lace would hate to hear that, but one step at a time.
Okay. So step one is figure out what we're chasing.
Right. And the 20 other questions that need answers...
That's step two.
I can see why Varric brought you on.
We've just got to start somewhere.
Mm-hmm. This is her place, alright. Okay, let's see. What is over here? Dining hall. Oh. Notes on a caretaker. This note has a smear of paint on one corner. Have they always been here? There are beings in the crossroads unknown even to the wise, although the most ancient ones make any domain their own. Certainly, this caretaker belongs here now. I wonder what we look like to them. Need is a scaffold, and the needs of the living ever rise and fall upon it. Hunger, thirst, sleep. Imagine the constant cacophony to one sensitive to such things. Or am I too simple? Wants are fleeting. Needs have deeper roots. Perhaps that's why I find this particular spirit's presence both comforting and disconcerting. The prospect that our heart's desire and our truest need could differ, or are even at odds, is hard to contemplate. Okay. Now, here we go. That's the thing we opened up. A music room. Seems to be a general art room as well. Memories of a duet. The sheet music left by this instrument appears to be for a duet. It has been annotated by an expert hand. The annotations are accompanied by clear emotional impressions, diligent practice, with a ruthless eye to mistakes, the relief of private achievement, away from well-meant misunderstanding and mindless worship, an unspoken joy in the center of rising, perfect echoes. Finally, a beloved memory surfaces, a smiling glance, meeting at a crescendo, a shared moment of understanding, seeing completely and being wholly seen. The impressions fade. No missives yet. Not yet. It's a thing I wanna not here though. Here? There we go. Feel like the game was a bit too dark for you. Fine for me, but it looked a little darker on stream here.
So, we stopped the ritual.
And Varric paid the price.
Hey, Varric made his choice to go talk with Solus. He knew the risks. We all did.
And now Solus is gone. And we're here. Wherever here is. Besides in the Fade.
Solus called it the Lighthouse.
He did? When?
In my head. Solus showed up while I was out cold to gripe about us breaking his ritual.
He's mad about us destroying his ritual?
Sounded like it. When the ritual went wrong, he ended up trapped in some kind of prison.
You're sure that wasn't just a dream? It's a reasonable reaction.
Solus can speak with people in their dreams. Even kill them.
I'm not in danger. He can only barely reach me. I bled a little when I got knocked out.
So Solus is using blood magic, like any normal mage would to play with your mind.
But he's not a normal mage, like I told you. He's an elven god.
Putting together a nice ritual doesn't make him a god.
I don't care about the philosophy. In terms of his power against ours, he's a god.
All right, well, we've stopped the ritual and there doesn't seem to be an immediate danger. For now. You're certain Solus can't use blood magic to affect your mind?
I'm not certain of anything. But we're not out of danger.
What do you mean?
Solus had 2 of the other elven gods imprisoned. When he got trapped, they escaped.
So those things we saw come out of the Fade when the ritual went wild, those are...
Elgurnon and Gillenane. 2 of the ancient elven gods that Solus rebelled against.
I mean, they are definitely worse than Solus. They're very cruel.
Solus warned me about them being evil, which is pretty rich from the guy who just tried to tear down the veil.
You don't believe him?
No, that's the problem. I do believe him. He said they were horrific tyrants.
Tyrants so powerful, elven history remembers them as gods.
Solus says Elgurnon and Gillenane drew on the Blight for power and became corrupted. That was when he imprisoned them.
So instead of one god running around, we have 2. And they're not just powerful, they're blighted.
We need to get out there and stop them.
Just like that. We're down a man without Varric. We can't just rush in.
I know you're hurt, Nev. but the rest of us need to do something.
I'll be ready to fight when it's time, but we need to investigate, then figure out what we're dealing with.
And how many more people will get hurt, get killed, while we spend time investigating?
Oh, I just realized, in reference to, we were talking about voiced or non-voiced characters. The reason I like a voice character in this game is because it helps when the devs are trying to tell a specific story to have a voiced character then. Unlike Baldur's Gate 3, where you are more or less telling your own story, sort of. In that instance, it helps to have an unvoiced character. That's what I just realized. Why I preferred a voice character in this game. I just missed what they were saying because I was thinking. And how many more people will get hurt, get killed, but we spend time investigating? Well, we need to investigate, though, don't we? Yeah, exactly. It helps for the narrative. Exactly. I mean, we need to investigate more, don't we? I'm gonna pick Ned this time.
If Elgarnon and Gillenane are worse than Solus, we can't go in blind.
Yeah, exactly.
We need to know what they can do and what they want.
But we only have Solus's word about all of this.
Then let's go investigate for ourselves. We'll find out what we're dealing with. And then, we take our shot.
Fine. The Illuvian led us here instead of back to Minrathous.
Let's hope it goes back to the ritual site. Maybe we can find some clues at the scene of the crime.
Nev, are you okay to go?
It's a headache. I've worked with worse.
All right then. Let's get back to the ritual site.
The Illuvian has its own special room. It's just down the stairs.
Right. The Illuvian is down here. Down here. We just were. Gather team. So far I only have 2 people, so. Gathering team, very easy.
For all we know, there's a dozen demons waiting on the other side of that Illuvian.
Oh, you're okay, Nev.
If it even takes us back to Arlefin.
Nev, you sure you're up for this?
Don't worry about me.
All right.
Shall we?
Let's do this.
It's quiet. Well, isn't that a surprise?
There's the ritual site. But if the gods really did get out, they're not here anymore.
Right. Let's take a look around and see if we can find any...
Shut it down!
I'm trying! It's not working! I can't contain it!
That worked.
Strife? Irlin? It's me, Lace Harding.
Harding? What are you doing back in Arlethan?
It's complicated.
I can see that.
Rook, Nev, this is Strife and Irlin. Varric and I met them when we first started hunting down Solus. They're veil jumpers, experts in ancient elven magic.
Hardly experts. I should have been able to shut that artifact down. I'm sorry, Tarith.
It's not your fault. Since the sky ripped open, the magic's been surging. Bunch of artifacts that had been dormant for centuries started coming alive. This is because of Finn Harel's, Solus's ritual, isn't it? You all were supposed to stop him.
I mean, we sort of did.
We did stop him. The sky's not pulling itself apart anymore, is it?
But
it didn't go as cleanly as we hoped. Solus got pulled into the Fade and two somethings got pulled out. Or someone's, I mean. Two of the evil elven gods, Elgernon and Gillenane.
Mathalanast.
the elven gods of old, the Evan-Eurus.
If they truly have returned,
Then things just got a whole lot worse.
Oh no. Is looking a bit no, not that one. See if we can fix. Let's do that real quick. Ah, that looks more like it. Here we go. That's better. It was a bit overly saturated. I've lost the ability to speak properly. Sorry. But the image was a bit overly saturated. I had to fix it. Then things. What about the gods? Oh, great, gods are real. So it's next. Let's do that.
So Elgernon and Gillenane are loose, which means what?
You thought Solus was bad. He's a bit of a bastard, true. But next to them, let's just say they weren't known for their kindness.
there's a reason Solus led a rebellion against the Evan-Eurus, and a reason he imprisoned them.
But now they've escaped.
Tareth is in bad shape. We need to get him back to the camp.
We've still got dozens of veil jumpers unaccounted for.
How can we help?
We need to find Belara Luther. She's the best there is at working with our ancient artifacts.
And also at blowing them up.
She was off looking for another artifact before this ritual shook everything loose. If anyone can get a handle on all this wild magic and the artifacts it's setting off, it'll be her.
Right. You get your friend back to your camp and... we'll find Belara.
Nev, how about you help the Veil Jumpers?
Nev, I need you to stay with Strife and Irulan, alright?
I'm fine.
You're the best detective in Minrathous. You can help the Veil Jumpers here. If trouble shows up, they could use your skills.
Fair enough.
We'll meet you back at the Veil Jumper camp. It's just south of here.
Belara's out near some elven ruins to the west. At least she was 3 days ago. I'd start your search there.
Good luck, Rook. And thank you.
Is it me, or is there something strange about this fog?
It all feels a little off. Like everything shifted a little bit.
Just me exploring. Oh, hello. There is a dude right there. Yep. Oh, nothing else here. Okay. Look at this tree. That's a good pine tree. Or spruce tree. Or a good looking one. For a game. Almost looks real. So nice. I love games.
Is that
Yep.
suit of armor moving?
Yep, sure is. There she is. There's Bellara.
Gotcha. Oh, people.
I love Bellara. She's
Where'd you come
cute.
from?
Bellara? Bellara Luther? Strife and Ireland sent us to find you.
Who are you, exactly?
Call me Rook.
Lace Harding. Protocol is to wait a full week before they send anyone out to look for me. I've only been gone 3 days.
Well, the situation's changed. For the worse, unfortunately. The elven gods Elgernon and Gillenane have escaped Fen'Harel's prison. And it seems like they want to destroy the world.
Oh, yes, that is very much for the worse. Okay, wait. I need a second.
It's a lot to take in.
It does sort of explain a few things, though. Like what? The surge of raw magic in the area. These artifacts started waking up a while ago, but in fits and starts. One here, a couple there. Then, a couple of days ago, the sky split open. And now, raw magic. Thick as fog. Only a god, or gods, could have done that. There's something kind of exciting about it. And dangerous. Really dangerous.
Yeah.
Dangerous enough that I was gonna head back to the Veil Jumper camp, but
But what?
see that shimmer? That's a veil bubble. It's separating us from the rest of the real world, so to speak. You can only pass through it one way. Once you're in, you can't get out.
Sorry, I'm messing with the settings again.
Strife and Ireland said you're their best veil jumper. Hope that means you've got an idea.
Maybe. A bubble like that? There has to be something at the center that's generating it. Something powerful. If we can find it and remove it, safely, I mean, the bubble itself should collapse. And then we're back in reality?
I really, really hope so.
Well then, let's get going.
Right. Now we have Bellara.
Someone made camp all the way out here?
We've got camps all over Arlethan. The Veil Jumpers do, I mean. Never really know when or where the magic's gonna start going wild.
Right. Yeah,
I've been
there was stuff
trying
there.
to get to the artifact at the center of the bubble, but these magical constructs keep getting in the way.
We've handled our share of demons. A few dozen more shouldn't be a problem.
Spirits, not demons. They're animating those suits of armor. The armor's attuned to the artifact, to protect it from threats.
Threats like us, I'm guessing.
That's the edge of the bubble. Can't pass through it. We need to shut down the artifact first.
Okie dokie. Hello, what was that? Nope, wrong button. Truffles. Can't go there yet. Oh, need to sneeze. There we go. Huh.
Is that water just swirling into the air?
We call that kind the whirlpool. The anomaly, I mean. Never seen one this size, though.
A barely legible note. Construct broke my leg. Veridon took a blade to the gut. We can hear them above us on the bridge. Once they leave, we'll make a break for it. They can't wait for us forever, right? Well, apparently they did. Okay.
Demons! Right where we need to go.
Then let's deal with them
Right button.
quick.
You attack. And then you can, no, you can attack. Come on, girls, do your thing.
So what is this artifact we're looking for, exactly?
I have a couple of theories, but nothing definite. We might find some clues in the ruins, though.
Love how I'm body slamming these crates. So fun. So pretty. Oh, wrong button.
I don't usually see elven ruins that...
What? Yep. Okay.
haven't been picked over.
Not many people come this far into Arlathan. Just
New
veil
armor.
jumpers, mostly.
And people trying to save the world, apparently.
was this place?
Could have been a temple.
Wow. I've never seen anything like this.
Wait, is this? No, it can't be. Not here.
Can't be what?
We have to get over there. The artifact we're looking for must be inside. It almost feels like an armory, or something like that.
What's an armory doing this far out?
Warlords. Ancient elves had a lot of them.
Wrong button. I meant to do that button. Wrong. There we go. That's better. I am literally running around without actual shoes. Careful with those feetsies. Is there a way? Character. Here we go. I knew I had other stuff. Alright, let's see. Nope, wrong button. Don't have any helms. Worn sash? No, don't have any of those. Oh, there's amulets. Okay. Do we have got big wooden stuff? She looks so mean. I love her. She's so cute. Anything in here I can... No. Alright. That's where we just came from, yeah.
Are we just supposed to jump across?
Oh, no, we can make a bridge.
Ah.
There should be a power crystal somewhere nearby.
Right here.
Got it.
Bring it over here and slot it in. And there we go. Easy.
Huh. That's a great trick.
A resonance amplifier. It's drawing magic from the ring temple to this area. I need to shut it down before we can go up the path. Doing that will attract anything nasty that's hanging around.
We're ready.
Not yet. No. There we go. Right. Do your thing. Yep, I know. Free to dodge.
Time to fight! That had to hurt.
What was it? That's the button.
That's the last of the magic energy.
Sweet.
That should be clear ahead.
Alright. Yep. Can I somehow...
So, that ritual, the big one where the sky was ripping apart, you say that was Fen-Harel? I mean, the real Fen-Harel?
That's what I've been told. Though right now he goes by Solus.
And, sorry, the things that got out, the big scary ones, that was Gilnane and Elgranon?
Yeah.
Are you okay? You sound a little flustered.
Oh, you know, just finding out that 3 of my gods are out there trying to end the world. Why wouldn't I be okay?
Hello, little fella. I see you up there. That's just came from here. I got twicked by myself. I tricked myself. Bamboozled by my own self.
I wonder how they died.
Even mages have trouble with the artifacts here. They expect them to work like, you know, normal magic. But they're different. The magic's more alive somehow.
A weather-stained note. We have found the usurper's archive spirit. It is not the Dread Wolf's creation as we surmised, but another's. You can guess whose. Removing it could be risky, but leaving it equally so. I await your orders, Lord Elgarnon. Captain Athnarel. No, sorry. She was a bit too close to the edge there.
Another sentinel construct. We'll have to take it down. Okay, easy enough. But watch out.
Easy
Whenever you see
peasy.
one, there's more nearby.
Okay.
Seeing these kinds of ruins never gets old.
Can anything here tell us what that artifact is?
I have a theory, but we're miles away from where that artifact should be.
Okay, pick this up and put it over here. Right, I have to check. Go into the kitchen again one last time. Be right back. Right. Did we get War Axe? Better than the mallet. Oh, look at that. Look at that baby. Alright, there's four of them, as far as I can tell. Oh no.
Constructs! It means I was right.
Right about what?
About where we are. It's an armory. And I think I know what the artifact is. You got him.
I like the axe.
Still alive? Still alive.
The axe is nice. Okay.
So
game
what kind
is
of
very
artifact
pretty.
shows up in an armory? A weapon?
An archive spirit.
A what?
A creature of the Fade, bound to a crystal. Ancient elves use them to store knowledge and to help them dream.
Oh, there they are.
Methalinast. Darkspawn. All right, everyone. Darkspawn. Here. I never would have believed it. Until today.
Oh, hello.
Another one of those resonance amplifiers.
Get ready. Once I shut it down, the path ahead will remain blocked until the magic dissipates.
Got your back.
Right, and we need to do that. Okie dokie.
Sure, here we go.
Nice, Rook.
I've never seen Darkspawn this deep into Arlothan Forest before. As far as I know, it's never happened.
If the gods are blighted, like Solus claims, maybe they're communicating with the Darkspawn somehow. Directing them?
You saw those Darkspawn, though? Something was different about them.
And we'll stop them once we get out of this bubble.
Right. Let's get to that central temple.
And that leads to that. It's over here. All right.
The wall looks weak here. I bet we could break it somehow. More Darkspawn, right where you broke that wall.
That it? I think that's it.
And another resonance amplifier.
Should be the last one, I hope.
Me too.
last barrier's down. We're close. I can feel it. Have you noticed something about the blight? Where it is, I mean? It's almost like it's feeding off the elven magic.
Mm-hmm. Kind of feels that way, doesn't it? Nope, that wasn't a thing I could do. Not from there. I have to get up there and do it. Okay. A cracked scroll. The stench of decay fills the air. The Avenurists now wield power beyond anything I've seen. Their magic is fueled by corruption and death and creeps even now into the stones. We cannot outlast this siege. Tread very gently here. Carefully, very carefully. Wanted to see if there's anything else here. Not that I can see. Ah. Alright, well, going back.
Building's what I think it is, then the alignment means we're here. This is it. This is where it was kept.
Where what was kept?
The archive spirit, or as the ancient elves called it, the Nodus Derthalin. It means the inevitability of knowledge.
What does that mean?
I don't know, actually. The notes were never very clear on that, but I plan to find out.
More constructs ahead.
The inner sanctum. We're getting closer.
Hello, big boy. Ah, missed.
Looks like this door is going to need a second power crystal.
Then let's go find one.
Whoa. No shield, huh? Nice shield. Okay. How do we get in there? Yeah, I need another one right there.
There has to be another one of those power crystals around here somewhere.
Yeah, it's right fucking here. However, we need to go around. And I suspect it's here.
Another ballista. I bet we could use it to break through that wall.
There we go. Okay, this one. Nailed it. I don't think there was anything else up here. No. It was it. That was it. Go and get this one.
We did it. All that's left is the Nodus Thallen. I have so many questions for it.
How do you ask it questions?
It's an archive spirit. You'll see.
Okay, what do we have in here? What do we get? A cleaver, huh? Instead of the sword. Cool. Alright, I'll try that for a while.
Okay, here it is. The Nodus Thallen.
So we take it and we're good, right? We can head back?
Oh, I wish. No, it's a lot trickier than that.
Right. Because darkspawn, demons, and animated suits of armor aren't tricky enough.
What do you mean by tricky, exactly?
If I remove the artifact the way I'd usually do it, it'll explode and take out half of Arlathan with it. Good news
that's not
is,
good.
I think I can shunt the energy somewhere else. Okay, here we go. way the magic is pulsing, I've never seen this before. It's almost like it's breathing.
Hello.
Ogre! That's an ogre!
Ah, god dang. Ah, too slow. Oh. Hot damn.
Well, wasn't expecting to fight an ogre today. Then again, I also didn't expect to learn that my gods are rampaging around and trying to end the world. Just one of those days.
I love her.
Okay. Let's see. Okay. There we go. Ooh. No. That's good. I think. Oh. Ooh, what does that crystal do? Keeps the artifact powered. Focuses the ambient magical energy. That's why these things still work, thousands of years later. Oh, no you don't.
Sulanan, Vir Sulevanan, and Asal Dirthara.
Well then.
I am the Nadas Dirthalan.
Right, I have questions.
I am the Nadas Dirthalan. What do you?
Oh.
So that's the Nodister Thalin?
It was, or is, I mean. Crystal's broken though, needs fixing. It's kinda my thing, fixing magical stuff. Strife and Irulan will want to know about this. And the Blight, and the Darkspawn. Let me know when you're ready to head to the Veil Jumper camp.
Okay. Potion's full. Ah. Dang it. That would mean that I can now do this with my companions as well. Okay. All right, let's see. What have we got? Okay. Nope, wrong button. Harding. She has no points available yet, and neither does Ned. That's fine. How about me? I have 2 points. Might as well do that.
Ready to go?
Yep. I'm ready.
Right. Let's get moving.
Come on. I'll show you the way to the Veil Jumper camp.
"11 wounded, 16 on bed rest, and some of our most experienced fighters are still missing."
We're running out of veil jumpers. Whatever's going on out there, it's scary.
Jahel and Milva never reported back from Demeter's crossing.
There are 100 people living in that village, or near enough. You're back, and you're alive. Good.
Sounds like things have gotten a lot worse since we left.
Darkspawn. They're showing up all over Arlethan, attacking anyone in their path.
We've evacuated 3 daily settlements already.
We ran into Darkspawn too, near the Nodus Dirthalin.
Wait, you found the Nodus Dirthalin? The archive spirit? We could ask it about the gods. Figure out their next move.
I mean, too bad it's broken.
If it weren't broken, maybe, but we're not getting anything out of it anytime soon.
Meanwhile, Veil Jumpers are disappearing. Something out there took them.
I know. But maybe, if we find them...
We find the gods, or at least some sign of where they might be.
But Arlethan Forest is huge. Where do we even begin to look for them?
Demeter's Crossing.
What?
Irulan and Strife. When we came in, you said you'd lost contact with Demeter's Crossing. We could go check it out. The three of us, I mean.
4. I'm coming with you.
Nev, you were still shaky, and...
I'm coming, Harding.
I don't know what you're going to find there, Rook. Likely nothing good. But you'd be saving people, and it might get you on the trail of the gods.
Demeter's Crossing's on the far side of the lake. There's a small boat at the docks. It'll take you there. Watch your back out there. And good luck.
With the team's help, Bellara disabled the artifact and freed them from the Veil Bubble. She also uncovered an ancient repository of elven knowledge, the Nadas der Thalen. While Bellara intends to unlock its secrets, she has joined the team as they search for the escaped elven gods.
Could we really be at war with
Okay,
our own
we'll need a boat to get there. Let's head to the dock.
We aren't prepared.
Right. So, that is gonna have to wait. Wrong button. That is gonna have to wait until next time. Because I am going to end for today. Where do we save? No. Do... Right, yep. Well, I'm happy you found it entertaining. I am very entertained as well. But, like I said, I'm going to end for today. I will return with this after Christmas, so on the 26th. I will stream again tomorrow, though, but it will be another Christmas hidden object game. The last one. I don't have any other plans on streaming any other hidden object game at the moment. And it'll be another one of the Christmas fables. The most recent one. So, thank you for hanging out with me. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. And I will see you again tomorrow with more Christmas fables. Bye!